The old village emerging beneath the glaciers. Chapter 1. The ice that had always been there. Dr. Sarah Chun woke each morning to the sound of ice shifting. It was a low, distant groan that came from somewhere deep within the glacier, a sound like the earth sighing in its sleep. She had learned to recognize it over the weeks she had been at the research station, the way one learns to recognize the particular creak of floorboards in a new house or the rhythm of traffic outside an unfamiliar window. The station was small, just 4 prefabricated modules connected by enclosed walkways. Her room was in the sleeping quarters module, a space barely large enough for a narrow bed, a desk, and a storage locker. The walls were white and utilitarian, the kind of white that was meant to be clean and practical, but instead felt cold and empty. Through the small window above her desk, she could see the glacier stretching away toward the mountains, a vast expanse of white and gray and blue. She sat up slowly, pulling the heavy blanket around her shoulders. The heating system worked well enough, but there was a kind of cold here that had nothing to do with temperature. It was the cold of absence, of vast empty spaces, of being very far from anywhere that felt like home. Sarah dressed in the same layers she wore every day: thermal underwear, fleece pants, a thick wool sweater, wool socks. The routine of dressing had become automatic, her hands moving through the motions without thought. First the base layer, then the middle layer, then the outer layer. Always in the same order. Outside her room, the corridor was quiet. The other 3 members of the research team were likely still asleep. They kept different schedules, their work requiring them to be active at different times. Dr. James Miller, the glaciologist who led the team, was usually up before dawn to take measurements when the ice was most stable. Yuki Tanaka, who monitored the climate sensors, worked mostly in the afternoons. And Tom Peterson, who maintained the equipment and managed the station systems, seemed to sleep at random intervals, appearing and disappearing at odd hours. Sarah made her way to the common area, a larger module that served as kitchen, dining room, and laboratory. The coffee maker was already on, which meant James had been up and was probably already out on the ice. Sarah poured herself a cup and stood by the window, looking out at the landscape. The glacier dominated everything. It stretched for kilometers in every direction, a frozen river that moved so slowly its motion could only be detected by precise measurements taken over days and weeks. In the distance, mountains rose like dark teeth against the pale sky. The sun was just beginning to rise, though this far north and this late in the summer, the sun never really set completely. It circled the horizon, dipping low but never quite disappearing, creating long hours of twilight that made it difficult to keep track of time. Sarah's work was mapping subsurface features of the glacier using ground-penetrating radar. She would spend her days dragging equipment across the ice, marking grids, recording data. It was repetitive work, methodical and precise, which suited her temperament. She liked the way each day followed a predictable pattern. Wake, dress, coffee, equipment check, fieldwork, data entry, dinner, sleep. The routine was comforting in this empty place. She finished her coffee and went to the equipment storage area to prepare for the day. The radar unit was heavy but manageable, designed to be pulled on a sledge across the ice. She checked the battery levels, the antenna connections, the GPS unit. Everything was in order, as it had been yesterday and the day before. Outside, the air was sharp and clean, so cold it hurt to breathe too deeply. Sarah pulled up her face mask and adjusted her goggles. The ice stretched away in all directions, marked only by the flags and stakes that indicated safe routes and the locations of crevasses. The research station sat on a stable section of the glacier, but beyond the marked perimeter, the ice was treacherous, full of hidden gaps and unstable areas. She began pulling the sledge toward the grid section she was mapping today. The ice crunched beneath her boots with each step, a sound that was both satisfying and slightly unsettling. Crunch, 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 a rhythm that matched her breathing. The work was slow. Every 50 meters, she would stop, set up the radar unit, take readings, record the data. The radar sent pulses down through the ice, and the reflections revealed the layers and structures beneath the surface. Most of what she saw was exactly what she expected: compressed snow layers, ice formations, the occasional rock embedded in the frozen matrix. But today, as she was working through the eastern section of her grid, something appeared on the radar display that made her pause. There was a large anomaly about 40 meters below the surface. It was too regular to be a natural formation, too extensive to be a simple rock outcropping. The radar showed what looked like structures, rectangular shapes, right angles, patterns that suggested human construction. Sarah took the readings again, adjusting the parameters to get a clearer image. The structures remained. She marked the location carefully in her GPS and her field notebook, then moved to the next grid point. The anomaly continued, extending across multiple measurement points. Whatever was down there, it was large. She worked through the rest of her grid for the day, but her mind kept returning to the anomaly. It was probably nothing unusual, perhaps an old research station that had been buried by snow and ice over the years, or equipment that had been abandoned. But there was something about the pattern of it, the way the structures seemed to form a kind of layout that suggested something else. By the time she returned to the station, the sun had moved around to the western horizon, creating long shadows across the ice. James was in the common area, analyzing data on his laptop. He looked up as Sarah entered, stamping snow from her boots. "How was the grid today?" he asked. "Interesting," Sarah said. She pulled off her outer layers and hung them on the drying rack. "I found something unusual, a large anomaly in the eastern section." James's eyebrows raised slightly. "Unusual how?" Sarah pulled out her tablet and showed him the radar images. He studied them in silence for a long moment, zooming in and out, comparing different angles. "That's definitely something structural," he said finally. "Could be old research equipment. There have been several expeditions through this area over the past century." "But this looks extensive," Sarah said, "and the depth suggests it's been there for decades at least, maybe longer." James nodded slowly. "The glacier has been retreating. You know that. We're here specifically to document the rate of retreat and its effects. As the ice melts and moves, things that were buried get exposed or come closer to the surface." "Should we investigate further?" Sarah asked. James was quiet for a moment, his fingers drumming on the table in a rhythm that Sarah recognized as his thinking pattern. Finally, he said, "Continue your mapping. If the anomaly extends across your grid, we'll have a better sense of its size and nature. Then we can decide if it warrants closer investigation." Sarah nodded. It was a reasonable approach, methodical and scientific. But she felt a small flutter of something in her chest. Excitement, perhaps, or curiosity. The routine had been comfortable, but there was something appealing about the possibility of discovering something unexpected. That evening, Sarah ate dinner with Yuki, who had prepared a simple meal of rice and tinned vegetables. Tom joined them briefly but said little, as was his nature. James ate in his own module, still analyzing data. "Did you find anything interesting today?" Yuki asked. Sarah hesitated, then described the anomaly. Yuki listened carefully, her dark eyes thoughtful. "The glacier is very old," Yuki said when Sarah finished. "Thousands of years. Many things could be buried in it. But this looked human-made," Sarah said. "Yes," Yuki agreed. "But humans have been in the Arctic for a long time, too. Perhaps it is something ancient. Perhaps something recent. The ice does not distinguish." After dinner, Sarah returned to her module and spent the evening reviewing her data. The structures in the radar images were clear and distinct. The more she looked at them, the more they seemed to form a pattern, not random buildings, but something organized, laid out with intention, like a village. She thought about writing up a preliminary report, but decided to wait. James was right. More data would help them understand what they were looking at. Tomorrow she would continue her grid, and perhaps the pattern would become clearer. That night, lying in her narrow bed, Sarah listened to the glacier. The groaning and shifting seemed louder than usual, or perhaps she was simply more aware of it. She thought about what lay beneath all that ice, layers of time compressed and frozen, preserving whatever had been there when the ice came. The glacier had not always been this large, she knew. Climate data showed that it had advanced and retreated multiple times over the millennia, responding to temperature changes and precipitation patterns. During the Little Ice Age, several centuries ago, it had been much larger, covering areas that were now exposed. And before that, during warmer periods, it had been smaller. What if the structures she had found came from one of those warmer periods? What if they had been built when this area was free of ice, then buried when the glacier advanced? And now, as the climate warmed again and the ice retreated, they were being revealed. Sarah closed her eyes and tried to sleep, but her mind continued to work through the possibilities. The sound of the ice shifting seemed to form patterns, almost like words, almost like something trying to communicate across the vast distance of frozen time. Eventually, sleep came, and with it, dreams of things buried and waiting, of time moving in cycles, of ice that remembered everything it had ever covered. Chapter 2. The pattern that repeated itself. The days fell into their familiar rhythm, but with a new undercurrent of anticipation. Sarah continued her grid mapping, moving methodically across the ice, and each day the anomaly revealed more of itself. The structures extended across a much larger area than she had initially suspected, at least 200 meters by 300 meters, possibly more. The radar showed what appeared to be buildings arranged along what might have been streets, with a clear organizational pattern that suggested urban planning. She reported her findings to James each evening, showing him the accumulated data. He remained cautiously interested, neither dismissive nor overly enthusiastic. This was the scientific way, Sarah reminded herself. Gather data, form hypotheses, test them. Don't jump to conclusions. But it was hard not to feel excited. Something was down there. Something substantial. Something that had been hidden by ice for an unknown length of time. On the 5th day of mapping the area, Sarah was working at the western edge of the anomaly when she noticed something else. One of the structures showed a different radar signature than the others, a denser reflection that suggested stone or rock rather than wood. She marked the location and spent extra time taking readings from multiple angles. When she returned to the station that evening, she found James and Yuki in the common area, discussing their own findings. Tom was there too, which was unusual. He typically avoided group conversations. The ice thickness measurements are showing increased melting, James was saying. The rate is accelerating beyond what the models predicted. Is that dangerous for us? Yuki asked. Not immediately, but it means the glacier is becoming less stable. We'll need to be more careful about where we walk, and we should probably consider shortening our stay. Sarah felt a small pang of disappointment at this, though she said nothing. She had only been here a few weeks, and her grid mapping was far from complete. I found something else today, she said, pulling out her tablet. One of the structures has a different signature. It might be made of stone. James studied the new data. If it's stone, that suggests permanence. People build in stone when they intend to stay. So it might really be a village, Sarah said. It might be, James agreed. Or it might be a research station with stone foundations. Or a mining operation. We won't know without more investigation. Could we drill down to it? Sarah asked. Take a core sample. James shook his head. Not with our equipment. We'd need specialized drilling equipment for 40 meters of ice. That would require a much larger expedition, more funding, more time. But we could report it, Sarah said. Request additional resources. We will, James said. But these things take time. Months, possibly years. For now, we continue our work and document what we find. Sarah tried to hide her frustration. She understood the constraints, the limited budget, the short field season, the challenges of working in such a remote location. But she also felt a growing urgency to understand what lay beneath the ice. That night, she couldn't sleep. She lay in her bed, listening to the glacier, thinking about the structures below. Who had built them? When? Why had they been abandoned? Or had they been? Perhaps the people had been there when the ice came, slowly advancing, covering their homes inch by inch, season by season. Perhaps they had fled. Perhaps they had stayed and been buried with their village. The next morning, Sarah woke early and went out onto the ice before breakfast. The sun was low on the horizon, casting long shadows. The air was still and cold, the kind of cold that made every breath visible as steam. She walked to the area where the anomaly was strongest, where the densest cluster of structures lay beneath her feet. She stood there for a long moment, looking down at the ice, trying to imagine what it had looked like before the glacier came. Had there been houses here? Streets? People going about their daily lives? Walking paths that were now buried 40 meters deep? A sound made her look up. Tom was approaching, pulling his own sledge with equipment. He nodded to her, but didn't speak. Tom rarely spoke unless necessary. They worked in proximity for the next hour, each focused on their own tasks. Sarah continued her radar measurements while Tom serviced one of the remote weather stations. The silence was comfortable, the kind that required no filling with small talk. Finally, as Sarah was packing up her equipment, Tom spoke. "It's a village." Sarah looked at him, surprised. "You've seen the data?" "James showed me last night. Asked me what I thought." Tom paused, choosing his words carefully. He was a man who spoke little but thought much. "I've worked in the Arctic for 15 years. I've seen things come out of the ice. Equipment, camps, bodies. The ice preserves everything. And when it lets something go, it means something." "Means what?" Sarah asked. Tom shrugged. "Means the climate is changing. Means the ice that's been here for hundreds or thousands of years is going away. Means we're in a time of transition." He looked across the glacier toward the mountains. "There are stories, you know. The indigenous people who live north of here. They have stories about villages that disappeared, people who went into the ice and never came out. Do you think this could be one of those villages?" Sarah asked. "Could be. Could be something else. But if it is..." Tom paused. "Then maybe some of the stories are more than just stories." He turned and walked away, pulling his sledge behind him. Sarah watched him go, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with it. The days continued. Sarah completed her grid mapping and began a second, more detailed pass over the anomaly area. The pattern became clearer with each measurement. There were approximately 30 structures, arranged in rough rows. The stone structure she had identified sat in what might have been a central position. Around it, the other buildings, wood, she assumed, formed a kind of perimeter. She began to think of it as the village, though she tried to maintain scientific objectivity. It was an anomaly, nothing more, not yet proven to be anything specific. But in her mind, she walked its streets. She imagined doors and windows, smoke rising from chimneys, people moving between buildings. She imagined seasons passing, snow falling and melting, the long Arctic winters and the brief bright summers. And then she imagined the ice coming, not all at once, but gradually, year by year. The summers growing shorter and cooler. The winter snows not quite melting completely. A little more ice remaining each year, building up, compressing, advancing. The people would have noticed. They would have seen it happening. What had they thought? Had they tried to fight it? Had they prayed to their gods? Or had they simply accepted it as inevitable and slowly moved away, abandoning their homes to the advancing glacier? One evening, as Sarah was entering data into the main computer system, she noticed something in the historical records. James had compiled a database of all known human activity in this region, going back as far as the records allowed. There were entries for various expeditions, research stations, hunting camps. But there was one entry from 1823, a note from a Danish explorer who had traveled through the area. The note described encountering remnants of habitation near the glacier's edge, including timber stakes and stone foundations that the explorer believed might be of considerable antiquity. The explorer had noted the location in his journal, though the coordinates were imprecise by modern standards. Sarah plotted the historical coordinates on her map. They were close to where the current anomaly lay, allowing for the glacier's movement over the intervening 2 centuries. She showed the entry to James the next morning. He read it carefully, then nodded. "So there has been evidence of something here before. he said. That's useful to know. It suggests the village, the anomaly, was already being exposed back then, Sarah said. The glacier has been retreating for at least 200 years in this area, which raises the question of when it was built, James said. If it was already partially exposed in 1823 and it's 40 meters deep now, that gives us some sense of the ice accumulation rate. They spent the morning doing calculations, working backward from the current depth and the known rates of glacial movement and accumulation. The math was imprecise, but it suggested that the structures had been buried sometime in the 16th or 17th century. During the Little Ice Age, Sarah said. Yes, James agreed. When the climate cooled and glaciers advanced across much of the northern hemisphere, villages and farmland that had been inhabited for generations were abandoned as the ice advanced. So this might have been a farming community, Sarah said, or a fishing village, possibly, or it might have been a temporary settlement, hunters, traders. Without excavation, we can't know. But the data continued to suggest permanence. The regularity of the layout, the stone structure at the center, the number of buildings, all of it pointed to people who had intended to stay. Sarah found herself thinking about the village constantly, even when she wasn't working. During meals, during the evening hours, as she lay in bed listening to the ice. It had become more than an anomaly to her. It had become a story, a mystery, a connection to people who had lived and worked and built homes in this impossible place, only to be swallowed by time and ice. The weather began to change as July turned toward August. The wind picked up, blowing snow across the glacier in patterns that shifted and changed like living things. The temperature dropped several degrees, and clouds moved in from the north, obscuring the mountains. James decided they would stay another 2 weeks to complete their primary research objectives, then evacuate before the weather became too dangerous. The helicopter that had dropped them off would return to pick them up on August 15th. Sarah felt time pressing against her, the deadline approaching like the ice that had once advanced on the village below. She worked longer hours, taking more measurements, trying to extract every piece of information possible from the radar data. On one of these long days, as the sun circled the horizon in its endless arc, Sarah was working at the edge of the mapped area when her equipment picked up something new. It was a smaller anomaly, separate from the main cluster of structures. The radar signature suggested something hollow, a cave, perhaps, or a pit. She marked the location and spent extra time taking readings. The hollow space extended down beyond the depth of her radar's effective range, deeper than the village, deeper than the layer of ice that had buried it. When she returned to the station, she found everyone gathered in the common area. The mood was subdued. "What's wrong?" she asked. James gestured to his laptop, where a weather forecast was displayed. A major storm system is moving in from the north. It's going to arrive earlier than predicted. We need to evacuate in 3 days, not 2 weeks. Sarah felt a sinking sensation. 3 days. She wouldn't be able to complete her detailed mapping. She wouldn't be able to investigate the new hollow anomaly. The village would remain a mystery, its secrets still locked in ice. "Can we request an extension?" she asked, knowing even as she said it that the answer would be no. "Too dangerous," James said. "The helicopter can't fly in storm conditions. If we don't leave before it hits, We could be trapped here for weeks. Sarah nodded, accepting the decision even as disappointment washed over her. This was the reality of field research in extreme environments. Nature set the schedule, not humans. The next 3 days passed in a blur of activity. Everyone worked to secure the station, pack up equipment, and complete their final measurements. Sarah went out onto the ice one last time, standing over the place where the village lay sleeping beneath 40 meters of frozen time. The wind was picking up, blowing snow in stinging horizontal lines. The sky had darkened, heavy with approaching weather. Sarah stood there as long as she could, committing the location to memory, saying a silent farewell to the people who had lived here centuries ago. Then she turned and walked back to the station, counting her steps, marking the rhythm. The routine would end soon, but the questions would remain. The ice would keep its secrets a while longer, until the next expedition, the next season of melting, the next person who stood on this spot and wondered about what lay beneath. Time passed as it always did. The glacier groaned and shifted, and 40 meters down, in the frozen darkness, the village waited, patient and silent, preserved perfectly by the ice that had buried it, waiting for the day when it would emerge again into the light. Chapter 3: The Objects That Rose to the Surface. The helicopter arrived on the morning of the third day, its rotors cutting through the cold air with a rhythmic thumping that echoed across the glacier. Sarah and the others loaded their equipment and personal belongings, moving with the efficient haste that came from knowing a storm was approaching. The pilot, a weathered man named Eric who had flown in the Arctic for decades, kept glancing at the northern horizon where dark clouds were building. "We need to leave within the hour," he said. "That storm is moving faster than forecast." They worked quickly, securing everything that needed to be secured, shutting down systems that needed to be shut down. The station would remain here through the winter, buried under snow, waiting for the next research team to arrive next summer. Sarah took a last look at the glacier before climbing into the helicopter. The ice stretched away in all directions, white and gray and blue, marked with the flags and stakes of their research. Somewhere beneath that surface, the village lay waiting. She had left detailed notes about its location, coordinates, radar data. Perhaps next summer, someone would return with better equipment, with the resources to investigate further. The helicopter lifted off, and the station grew smaller below them. Sarah watched until it disappeared from view, then turned her attention forward, to the flight back to civilization, to the process of writing reports and analyzing data and planning future research. But even as the helicopter carried her away, part of her mind remained on the glacier, thinking about the village, wondering about its story. The months that followed were busy with the normal rhythms of academic life. Sarah returned to her university position, teaching classes, advising students, writing up her research findings. She submitted her report on the anomaly to several journals and funding agencies, proposing a more extensive investigation for the following field season. The responses were polite but non-committal. Funding was tight. There were many competing proposals. The anomaly was interesting, certainly, but was it significant enough to warrant a major expedition? Winter came, long and dark in the northern latitudes. Sarah found herself thinking often about the glacier, about the village beneath the ice. She wondered if the storm had been as severe as predicted, if the station had survived, if the ice had shifted and changed the location of the structures below. In January, she received an email from James. He had been contacted by a Norwegian archaeologist named Dr. Christian Pornsen, who specialized in Arctic settlements. Pornsen had read Sarah's preliminary report and was interested in the discovery. He had some funding available and was proposing a joint expedition for the following summer. Sarah felt a surge of excitement. She replied immediately, expressing her interest and offering to share all her data. Over the following weeks, she exchanged numerous emails with Pornsen, discussing the logistics, the equipment they would need, the research objectives. By March, the expedition was confirmed. They would return to the glacier in June, before Sarah's original research team went back for their scheduled season. The goal was to conduct a preliminary excavation, if possible, to actually reach the structures and retrieve artifacts that could help date and identify the site. Spring arrived slowly, the days lengthening, the snow melting. Sarah prepared for the expedition, gathering equipment, reviewing her data, reading everything she could find about Arctic settlements and the Little Ice Age. She learned about the Norse settlements in Greenland, established in the 10th century and abandoned in the 15th, likely due to cooling climate and advancing ice. She learned about Inuit communities that had adapted to the changing conditions, moving with the seasons, following the animals they hunted. She learned about the stories Tom had mentioned, tales of villages that had disappeared, of people swallowed by ice, of spirits that remained in frozen places. In early June, Sarah flew north again, following the same route she had taken the previous summer. But this time, when she arrived at the research station, she found it already occupied. Pornsen had arrived a week early with a small crew and had begun setting up equipment. Christian Pornsen was in his 50s, tall and lean, with gray blonde hair and the deeply tanned skin of someone who spent much time outdoors. He greeted Sarah warmly, shaking her hand firmly. "Dr. Chun, excellent to finally meet you. Your data is remarkable. I've been studying Arctic settlements for 20 years, and I've never seen anything quite like this." "What makes it unusual?" Sarah asked. "The location, primarily. This area is quite far from the coast, far from any known trade routes. Most Arctic settlements were coastal, focused on fishing and marine mammal hunting. An inland village suggests a different economic base, perhaps reindeer herding or trading with indigenous groups." Pornsen's team consisted of 4 people, 2 archaeologists, a geologist, and an ice drilling specialist named Henrik, who had brought specialized equipment for creating shafts through thick ice. The plan was to drill down to the level of the structures, then use hot water to melt a larger access hole that people could descend through. The work began immediately. Sarah showed them the exact location of the anomaly, and they set up their drilling equipment over what the radar suggested was the central stone structure. The drilling was slow, the equipment loud, the work physically demanding. But Henrik was experienced, and the operation proceeded smoothly. 3 days into the drilling, they reached a depth of 38 meters, and the drill bit suddenly dropped, meeting less resistance. Henrik shut down the equipment and pulled up the drill. Fragments of wood came up with it, old and dark and perfectly preserved by the ice. Everyone gathered around to examine the fragments. Pornson handled them carefully, turning them over, studying them with a practiced eye. "This is hand-hewn timber," he said. "You can see the axe marks. And the preservation is excellent. The ice has kept it from decaying." "How old is it?" one of the archaeologists asked. "We'll need carbon dating to be certain, but based on the cutting techniques and the type of wood." Pornson paused, considering. "I would estimate late medieval period, 15th or 16th century." Sarah felt a thrill run through her. The timeline matched their calculations, but having physical evidence made it real in a way that radar data never could. They continued drilling, more carefully now, until they had penetrated 40 meters. Then Henrik began the process of melting a larger access hole using hot water pumps. This took another 2 days, the water melting the ice in a controlled way, creating a shaft approximately 2 meters in diameter. Finally, on the 8th day of the expedition, the shaft was complete. Henrik lowered a camera on a cable down through the hole, and they gathered around a monitor to watch the feed. At first, there was only ice, the walls of the shaft reflecting the camera's lights. But then the camera emerged into an open space, and they could see what lay below. It was a room. The camera showed wooden walls, still standing, still intact after centuries of being buried. There was a doorway, a window opening, the remains of what might have been furniture. The ice had filled the interior of the structure, but the structure itself had survived, protected by the layer of frozen water that had encased it. No one spoke. They simply watched the camera feed as Henrik moved it slowly, panning across the incredible sight. A room that had been sealed by ice for 500 years, preserved perfectly, waiting. "We need to go down there," Pornson said finally. "We need to document this properly, take samples, see what else is there." The descent was carefully planned. They would lower one person at a time using climbing equipment and safety harnesses. Pornson would go first as the senior archaeologist. Sarah asked to go second, and he agreed. The next morning, Pornson put on an insulated suit, harness, helmet with camera, and began the descent. Sarah and the others watched on the monitors as he was lowered down through the shaft. The descent took nearly 30 minutes, moving slowly to ensure safety. When Pornson reached the bottom and stepped into the room, his voice came through the radio, filled with awe. "This is extraordinary. The preservation is unlike anything I've seen. We're standing in someone's home." Sarah's turn came 2 hours later, after Pornson had completed his initial documentation. As she was lowered down through the shaft, she watched the ice wall slide past. Thinking about the centuries of time she was descending through, the layers of snow and ice that had accumulated year after year after year. The room that emerged around her as she reached the bottom was dim and cold and utterly silent. The ice had filled the interior space, but Pornson and his assistant had already begun melting it away in sections, creating a space to work. The wooden walls stood firm, the timbers still solid, still bearing the weight of the ice above. Sarah stepped carefully onto the floor, also wood, partially covered with ice. The room was small, perhaps 4 meters by 5 meters. There was a doorway leading to what appeared to be another room, though it was still filled with ice. The window opening was empty, just a rectangular gap in the wall. "Look at this," Pornson said, directing her attention to one corner of the room. There, partially embedded in ice, were objects. A wooden bowl, a metal knife, its blade still sharp. What looked like the remains of cloth or leather. They left things behind, Sarah said. Yes, which raises questions. If they were abandoning the village because the ice was advancing, why leave useful objects? Why not take everything of value? Maybe they thought they would return, Sarah suggested. Maybe they didn't realize the ice would bury everything so completely. They worked through the day, carefully documenting everything, taking photographs, making measurements. The room appeared to be a living space, a home where people had cooked, eaten, slept. There were soot marks on one section of the wall, suggesting a fireplace or stove, though the feature itself was still buried in ice. As the sun circled toward evening, though this far north in June, it never really got dark, they returned to the surface. The team gathered in the station's common area, reviewing the day's findings, discussing next steps. We need to excavate more rooms, Pornson said. The building we accessed is just one structure. There are 30 more. Each one will tell us more about these people, who they were, how they lived, why they built a village here. But the excavation was slow work. Each room required careful melting of ice, careful documentation, careful preservation of artifacts. And they had limited time. The helicopter would need to evacuate them by late July, before the next storm season began. Over the following weeks, they managed to excavate 3 more structures. Each revealed more details about the village. They found tools, axes, knives, needles. They found fragments of clothing, wool, leather, fur. They found carved objects, small figurines, decorative items, things that suggested these people had time for art, for beauty, for more than just survival. And they found evidence of daily life. Cooking areas with stone hearths, sleeping areas with wooden bed frames, storage areas with shelves and hooks. The village had been a real community, not just a temporary camp. But there were also mysteries. In one structure, they found what appeared to be a workshop, with partially completed objects left as though the craftsperson had simply walked away in the middle of their work. In another, they found a table set with wooden bowls, as if for a meal that had never been eaten. It's like they left suddenly, one of the archaeologists observed. Not a gradual abandonment, but something more immediate. But why? Sarah asked. The ice doesn't advance that quickly. They would have had seasons, years even, to see it coming. Pornson had no answer. The evidence was contradictory, signs of permanent settlement mixed with signs of sudden departure. Objects left behind that should have been taken. Structures well maintained but empty. On the 4th week of excavation, they finally reached the central stone structure. This was larger than the others and more complex. The stone walls were thick and carefully constructed. Inside, they found what appeared to be a communal gathering space, with benches along the walls and a large central hearth. And on one wall, they found something that made everyone stop and stare. Carved into the stone were symbols, marks and patterns that appeared to be some form of writing or record-keeping. Pornson examined them carefully, photographing each symbol from multiple angles. This is incredible. These might be runic inscriptions, though the patterns are unusual. If we can translate them, they might tell us who these people were. But the translation would take time, would require specialists in ancient languages and writing systems. For now, they could only document and preserve. The excavation continued, each day revealing more of the village, more of its story. They found evidence of a sophisticated society, people who built solid structures, who traded with other communities, who created art and kept records. And yet, they found no human remains, no graves, no bodies, no indication of what had happened to the people when they left. It was as though they had simply walked away into the ice and vanished. Sarah found herself thinking about Tom's words from the previous summer, about the stories of villages that disappeared, people who went into the ice and never came out. She had dismissed it then as local legend, but now, standing in these empty rooms, she wondered. Time continued to pass, marked by the slow progress of their work. The sun circled endlessly overhead. The ice around them groaned and shifted. And 40 meters below the surface, in rooms that had been sealed for 5 centuries, the village slowly revealed itself, piece by piece, story by story, mystery by mystery. The deadline for evacuation approached. They would have to leave soon, sealing up the access shaft, leaving the rest of the village for future expeditions. Sarah felt the same frustration she had felt the previous summer. So much still unknown, so many questions unanswered. But she also felt something else. Standing in these rooms, handling objects that had last been touched 500 years ago, she felt a connection to the people who had lived here. They had been real, had built homes, had made lives in this impossible place. And then something had happened, and they had gone, leaving everything behind. What had they seen in those final days? What had they felt? Had they been afraid? Had they hoped to return? Or had they known, somehow, that they were leaving forever? The ice had preserved their homes, their objects, their daily lives. But it had not preserved them. They were gone, vanished into history, leaving only these frozen rooms as evidence that they had ever existed at all. And the ice continued its work, grinding slowly forward, slowly backward, covering and uncovering, preserving and destroying, keeping secrets and revealing them in its own time. Chapter 4: The Symbols That Led Deeper. The discovery of the inscriptions changed the focus of the expedition. Pornson spent hours photographing and documenting the symbols on the stone wall, creating detailed diagrams that could be analyzed by specialists. He sent the images via satellite connection to colleagues around the world, experts in Norse runes, medieval languages, and indigenous Arctic writing systems. The responses came back over several days. The consensus was puzzling. The symbols were similar to Norse runes, but with significant differences. Some experts suggested they might be a local variation developed in isolation. Others thought they might predate the Norse settlements in Greenland. A few noted similarities to symbols found in indigenous Sami and Inuit contexts, suggesting possible cultural exchange. But no one could provide a complete translation. The symbols remained mysterious, tantalizing fragments of a language that had perhaps died with the village. Sarah found herself drawn to the inscribed wall, returning to it during breaks from the excavation work. She would stand in the cold stone room, looking at the careful marks carved into the surface, trying to understand what message the carvers had wanted to preserve. One evening, As she was making her routine examination of the wall, she noticed something she had missed before. Some of the symbols appeared to form a pattern, repeating in a sequence that suggested not words but directions or instructions. She traced the pattern with her gloved finger, a series of curved lines intersecting with straight ones, forming what looked almost like a map. She called Pornson over. He studied the pattern for a long time, his brow furrowed in concentration. "You might be right," he said finally. "These could be directional markers. See here, this symbol appears 3 times, always at what might be turning points. And these straight lines between them could represent paths or distances. But directions to what?" Sarah asked. Pornson shook his head. "Without more context, it's impossible to say. Perhaps to other villages. Perhaps to hunting grounds or sacred sites. Perhaps to something else entirely." They documented the pattern carefully, adding it to their growing archive of findings. But the question lingered in Sarah's mind. If the symbols were directions, and if the people had cared enough to carve them in stone, then whatever they pointed to must have been important. That night, unable to sleep, Sarah reviewed all the radar data she had collected. She compared it to the layout of the village as they had excavated it, looking for anything that might correspond to the pattern on the wall. And then she saw it. The hollow anomaly she had detected during her last days at the station the previous summer, the one she had never had time to investigate. When she plotted its location relative to the village and compared it to the pattern on the wall, the alignment was striking. The curved and straight lines on the wall, if interpreted as a map, seemed to point directly toward the hollow space beneath the ice. Sarah spent the rest of the night analyzing the data from multiple angles, checking and rechecking her calculations. By morning, she was certain. The inscribed pattern was a map, and it indicated something beneath the village, deeper in the ice. She showed her findings to Pornson at breakfast. He studied them carefully, his expression growing more interested with each passing minute. "This is compelling," he said. "If you're correct, and this hollow space is what the map indicates, then we need to investigate it." "But we're scheduled to evacuate in 4 days," Sarah pointed out. Pornson was quiet for a moment, then nodded decisively. "I'll request an extension. This is too significant to leave uninvestigated. If I can get us another week, perhaps 2, would you be willing to stay?" Sarah didn't hesitate. Yes. The extension was granted, though with firm warnings about the approaching weather window. They would have until August 10th, no later. The helicopter pilot was adamant. After that date, the risk of storms made evacuation too dangerous. With the new timeline established, they shifted their focus. Henrik and his assistant began planning how to reach the hollow space. The radar suggested it was approximately 60 meters deep, 20 meters below the level of the village. They would need to extend their access shaft, which would require additional drilling and melting. The work began immediately. While Henrik worked on extending the shaft, Sarah and Pornson continued excavating the village structures, trying to find any additional clues about what the map might be indicating. In one of the dwelling structures, they made a discovery that added to the mystery. Beneath a collapsed section of roof, they found a collection of objects that had been carefully bundled together and placed in a wooden chest. The chest itself had partially rotted, but the objects inside were preserved by the ice. There were metal objects, knives, tools, small ornate pieces that might have been jewelry. There were carved items, figures, symbols, decorative pieces. And there were stones, smooth and dark, with unusual markings that seemed neither fully decorative nor fully functional. "This looks like a deliberate cache," Pornson said, examining the objects, as though someone gathered valuables together, intending to protect or preserve them. "Or hide them," Sarah suggested. One of the stones caught her attention. It was about the size of her palm, smooth and black, with a symbol carved into its surface. The symbol matched one of those on the wall in the central structure, one of the directional markers in the pattern. She showed it to Pornson. "This isn't random. Someone wanted this stone kept safe, and it relates to the map." They found similar stones in 2 other excavated structures, each with different symbols, but all corresponding to marks on the carved wall. It seemed clear now that the stones and the map were part of a connected system, a way of marking or remembering something important. A week passed. Henrik made steady progress on extending the shaft, drilling deeper through the ancient ice. The weather held, though everyone kept watching the northern horizon nervously. The storms could come early, could catch them unprepared. On the morning of August 4th, Henrik announced that they had reached the hollow space. The drill had broken through into what appeared to be a natural cavity in the ice, a void that had somehow formed or been preserved deep within the glacier. They lowered the camera again, watching the monitor as it descended through the extended shaft. The ice wall slid past, marked with layers that represented centuries of accumulated snow, compressed and frozen. And then the camera emerged into the hollow. It was a cave, not a natural one, but something that appeared to have been carved or shaped within the ice. The walls were smooth, almost polished, reflecting the camera's lights in strange patterns. And the space was large, extending beyond the range of the camera's view. More striking still were the objects visible in the cave. The camera's lights illuminated what appeared to be carved pillars or standing stones, arranged in a circular pattern. Between them, the ice floor was marked with symbols, some matching those on the wall in the village above, others unfamiliar. Everyone in the monitoring room was silent, staring at the impossible sight. A carved space, 60 meters deep in a glacier, containing worked stone and inscribed symbols. It should not exist. Glaciers moved, ground everything to dust, destroyed rather than preserved. And yet here was evidence of human work, untouched, waiting. "We need to go down there," Pornson said, his voice barely above a whisper. "We need to document this." The descent was more complicated than the previous one. 60 meters was a long way, and the extended shaft was narrower, more treacherous. They would need to be even more careful, move even more slowly. Pornson insisted on going first, as before. Sarah would follow once he had confirmed the space was safe. The descent took over an hour, Pornson moving carefully down the rope, his progress tracked by the cameras on his helmet and at various points along the shaft. Finally, his voice came through the radio. "I'm in the cave. I don't have words for this. It's extraordinary." Sarah's turn came that afternoon. As she descended through the shaft, she tried to prepare herself mentally for what she would see, but nothing could really prepare her. The images from the camera had been impressive, but they could not convey the sense of space, the feeling of presence that the cave held. When she reached the bottom and stepped into the cavern, she understood Pornson's loss for words. The space was vast, easily 30 meters across, with a ceiling that arched overhead like a cathedral. The walls were smooth ice, but they had been carved with patterns, spirals and lines and symbols that covered every surface. And in the center of the space stood the ring of stones that they had seen on the camera. There were 12 stones, each about 2 meters tall, arranged in a perfect circle. Each stone was carved with symbols, and in the center of the circle was a flat stone surface, like an altar or a table. Pornson was photographing everything, moving slowly around the space, documenting each detail. Another archaeologist had already descended and was taking measurements. Sarah joined them, her scientific training battling with a sense of awe that threatened to overwhelm her. "How is this possible?" she asked. "Glaciers don't preserve spaces like this. They should have crushed it, filled it with ice." "I don't know," Pornson admitted. "The ice walls are solid, continuous with the glacier around us. There's no indication of a cavity that was later discovered. This space seems to have been created within the ice, and then somehow maintained, protected from the glacier's movement." They worked through the day, documenting everything they could. The symbols on the stones were even more complex than those in the village above. Some seemed to be astronomical, marking stars or celestial events. Others were mathematical, showing counts and proportions. Still others were pictographic, showing scenes that might be historical or mythological. And throughout the cave, there was a pattern to the layout, a sense of intentional design that suggested this was not just a storage space or a refuge, but something ceremonial, something sacred. As evening approached, though time was difficult to track in the eternal daylight filtered through 60 meters of ice, they prepared to ascend. But Sarah lingered, looking at the central stone in the circle. There was something about it, something that drew her attention. She approached it carefully, examining its surface. The stone was dark and smooth, similar to the stones they had found in the village. And carved into its surface was a map, not the simple directional pattern from the wall above, but a detailed representation showing what appeared to be the region, with the village marked and other locations indicated by various symbols. One location, marked with a distinctive spiral symbol, was shown to the east of the village, beyond the glacier's current extent. Sarah photographed the map from multiple angles, making careful notes of its details. "What do you think this represents?" she asked Pornson. He studied the map for a long time. "I think," he said slowly, "that this village was not isolated. I think it was part of a larger network, a culture or society that extended across this region. And I think this space, this cave in the ice, was central to their beliefs or practices." "But how did they create it?" Sarah asked. "And why here, so deep in the glacier?" "Those are questions I cannot answer," Pornson said. "Perhaps they built it before the glacier formed, though that seems unlikely given the depth. Perhaps they carved it somehow, though I cannot imagine how. Or perhaps," he paused, choosing his words carefully, "perhaps our understanding of how glaciers work, how ice behaves over long periods, is incomplete. They ascended as the light began to fade, though it never really got dark. Back at the surface, The team gathered to discuss their findings. The consensus was clear. This was one of the most significant archaeological discoveries in the Arctic, perhaps in decades. The village alone would have been important, but the cave beneath it transformed everything they thought they understood about human activity in this region during the medieval period. But they still had no answer to the central questions. Who were these people? Where had they gone? And what had the cave been used for? Sarah spent that night reviewing all the photographs and data they had collected. The map on the central stone kept drawing her attention. The spiral symbol marking the location to the east. What did it represent? Another village? A sacred site? Something else? She pulled up satellite imagery of the region, comparing it to the carved map. If the proportions were accurate, the spiral symbol would indicate a location approximately 50 kilometers to the east, beyond the current edge of the glacier, in an area of bare rock and tundra. She made a note to investigate further, though she knew it would have to wait. Their time at the glacier was nearly finished. The evacuation deadline was approaching, and the weather was becoming less predictable. But as she lay in her bed that night, listening to the familiar groaning of the ice, Sarah felt a growing certainty that the story was not finished. The village had been abandoned, the cave sealed beneath ice, but somewhere the people who had built these things had gone. And perhaps, just perhaps, some trace of them remained, waiting to be found in the place marked by the spiral symbol. The ice kept its secrets still, but slowly, patiently, those secrets were being revealed. And with each revelation came more questions, deeper mysteries, a pattern that extended beyond what they could yet see or understand. Time continued its work, grinding forward, while beneath the surface, preserved in frozen darkness, the village and its cave waited, silent witnesses to a story that was only beginning to be told. Chapter 5: The Wind That Carried Voices. The final days at the glacier passed in a blur of activity. The team worked almost around the clock, documenting everything they could before the evacuation deadline. Henrik sealed the access shaft carefully, preserving it for future expeditions. Pornson compiled hundreds of pages of notes and thousands of photographs. Sarah backed up all her data multiple times, paranoid about losing any information. On the evening of August 9th, the helicopter arrived, a day early. Eric the pilot looked grave as he climbed out. "We need to leave tonight," he said. "The weather forecast has changed. A major system is coming in faster than predicted. If we wait until tomorrow, we might not get out for weeks." They worked through the night, packing equipment, securing the station, loading everything onto the helicopter. By dawn, they were ready. Sarah took one last look at the glacier, at the flags marking the location of the village beneath the ice, at the mountains beyond. Then she climbed into the helicopter, and they lifted off. The flight back to civilization was longer than usual, Eric choosing a more southerly route to avoid the approaching storm. Through the helicopter's windows, Sarah watched the landscape pass below, the glacier giving way to tundra, then to forest, then to the scattered settlements and roads of the inhabited world. She returned to her university, to teaching and research and the rhythms of academic life. But her mind remained on the glacier, on the village, on the cave with its carved stones and mysterious symbols. She and Pornson worked together on the analysis, writing papers, preparing presentations, seeking funding for future expeditions. The artifacts they had retrieved were sent to laboratories for analysis. Carbon dating confirmed what they had suspected. The village dated to the late 15th or early 16th century, built during the early stages of the Little Ice Age and abandoned within a few decades of its founding. The symbols on the stones were partially translated by a team of linguists. They appeared to be a hybrid writing system, combining elements of Norse runes with indigenous pictographic traditions. The translations were fragmentary, but certain words and phrases emerged. Eastward journey, stone circle, return when ice speaks. The meaning of these phrases remained unclear, but they suggested that the people had not simply fled the advancing ice. They had gone somewhere specific, following some kind of plan or belief system. Winter came again, the days growing short and dark. Sarah taught her classes, advised her students, presented her findings at conferences. The discovery of the village generated significant interest in the archaeological community, and several institutions expressed interest in funding a more extensive excavation. But Sarah's attention kept returning to the map carved on the central stone in the cave, to the spiral symbol marking a location 50 kilometers east of the glacier. She studied satellite imagery of the area, geological surveys, historical records. The location was in a region of exposed bedrock and small lakes, accessible during summer months, but harsh and remote. In March, she received funding for a small reconnaissance expedition. The goal was simple: travel to the location marked on the map, see if there was anything there worth investigating further. The expedition would be in June, before the main glacier team returned for their excavation work. Sarah would be accompanied by 2 graduate students and a guide who knew the region. They would have 2 weeks to explore the area, document anything they found, and return. Spring arrived slowly, as it always did in the north. Sarah prepared for the expedition, gathering equipment, planning logistics, reviewing every scrap of information she had about the region they would visit. In late May, she flew north again, following a route that was becoming familiar. But this time, instead of landing at the Glacier Research Station, the helicopter took her and her team to a small settlement at the edge of the tundra. From there, they would travel overland, using ATVs and hiking, to reach the location marked on the ancient map. The settlement was tiny, just a dozen buildings housing researchers and support staff for the various scientific projects in the region. Their guide, a man named Nils who had grown up in the area, met them at the landing pad. "You're looking for the old stone circle," he said, not as a question, but as a statement. Sarah was surprised. "You know about it? Everyone who lives here knows about it. We call it the Listening Stones. It's a sacred place, very old. The Sami people have stories about it going back many generations. Can you take us there?" Sarah asked. Nils nodded. "Yes, but you must be respectful. It is not just an archaeological site. It is still a place of power." They set out the next morning, traveling east across the tundra. The landscape was vast and open, covered with low vegetation, moss, and lichen. Small lakes dotted the terrain, and in the distance, mountains rose against the pale sky. The travel was slow, the ATVs moving carefully across the uneven ground. They camped that night beside one of the lakes, setting up tents. cooking a simple meal over a portable stove. The sun barely dipped below the horizon before beginning its ascent again, creating a strange twilight that lasted only a few hours. Sarah lay in her sleeping bag, listening to the sounds of the tundra. They were different from the sounds of the glacier, less groaning and shifting, more wind and water and distant bird calls. But there was a similar quality of emptiness, of vast spaces stretching in all directions. On the second day of travel, they reached a region of exposed bedrock. The vegetation thinned, and the ground became harder, marked with ancient scratches from long-vanished glaciers. Nils led them with confidence, following paths that were invisible to Sarah's eyes but clear to him. And then, as they crested a low ridge, Sarah saw it. In a shallow valley below, a circle of standing stones rose from the bedrock. There were 12 stones, just as in the cave beneath the glacier, each about 2 meters tall, arranged in a perfect circle. In the center was a flat stone, an altar or platform. They descended into the valley and approached the stones slowly. Sarah felt a strange sensation, a kind of recognition mixed with unease. The stones were similar to those in the cave, but weathered by centuries of exposure to wind and sun and rain. The symbols carved on them were eroded, difficult to read, but clearly related to the inscriptions they had found beneath the glacier. "This place is very old," Nils said quietly. "The stories say it was built before the ice came, by people who could speak to the earth and the sky. They would come here to listen to the voices carried on the wind." "What voices?" one of Sarah's graduate students asked. Nils shrugged. "The voices of those who came before. The voices of the land itself. Different stories say different things, but everyone agrees that this is a place for listening, not speaking." They spent the day documenting the stone circle, photographing and measuring, comparing it to the cave beneath the glacier. The layout was nearly identical, the proportions matching almost exactly. It was clear that whoever had carved the cave had based it on this surface structure, creating an echo or mirror deep in the ice. But why? What was the connection? What had these people been trying to preserve or communicate? As the sun began its low arc toward evening, Sarah sat on the central stone, looking at the surrounding landscape. From this vantage point, she could see for kilometers in every direction. To the west, she could just make out the edge of the glacier, a white line on the horizon. The wind picked up, blowing steadily from the west, carrying the cold air from the ice. And in that wind, Sarah thought she heard something. Not words, exactly, but a pattern, a rhythm that seemed almost like speech. She closed her eyes and listened. The wind moved around the stones, creating harmonics, resonances, sounds that varied depending on the wind's direction and speed. The stones were placed and shaped in such a way that they interacted with the wind, amplifying certain frequencies, creating a kind of natural instrument. "The listening stones," she murmured. "They're not just for listening. They create sounds. They speak." Nils, who had been standing nearby, nodded. "Yes, when the wind is right, you can hear them from kilometers away. The old stories say the people would come here when important decisions needed to be made, when guidance was needed. They would listen to what the stones said." Sarah thought about the village beneath the glacier, about the cave carved deep in the ice. The people had built their settlement near the glacier's edge, and when the ice advanced, they had created a replica of this sacred place within it. Perhaps they had believed that by doing so, they could carry the power or wisdom of this place with them. Perhaps they had thought the stones would protect them, or guide them, or preserve their culture even as the ice covered everything. And then they had left, following the directions carved on their walls, returning to this place, to the listening stones, where they could still hear the voices they believed in. Over the following days, Sarah and her team documented everything they could about the stone circle. They found evidence of long habitation in the area, fire pits, tool fragments, the remains of structures that had long since decayed. People had come to this place for centuries, perhaps millennia, drawn by whatever it was that the stones represented. But they found no clear evidence of what had happened to the village people after they left the glacier. No graves, no settlements, no indication that a large group had arrived here and stayed. It was as though they had come, performed whatever rituals or ceremonies they needed to perform, and then dispersed, merging back into the larger population of the region or moving on to other places. The mystery remained, but the pattern was clearer now. The village had not been an isolated settlement, but part of a larger cultural practice, a way of interacting with the landscape and the forces of nature. The people had built at the glacier's edge not out of necessity, but out of belief, creating a sacred space that mirrored this older, more established one. And when the ice came, they had tried to preserve that connection by carving a replica deep within the glacier itself, a place where the old patterns could be maintained even as the world above changed. On their last evening at the Listening Stones, Sarah sat alone in the stone circle, watching the sun circle the horizon. The wind had picked up again, and the stones were singing, creating harmonics that varied and shifted, forming patterns that sounded almost like words, almost like meaning. She thought about all the people who had sat in this same spot over the centuries, listening to these same sounds, trying to understand what they meant. She thought about the village people, leaving their homes, making the long journey east, returning to this place to complete whatever cycle or ritual their culture demanded. And she thought about the glacier, still grinding slowly forward and backward in its ancient rhythms, covering and uncovering, revealing and concealing. The village beneath the ice would be excavated further in the coming years. More artifacts would be found, more mysteries uncovered. The cave would be studied, its symbols translated, its purpose debated. But the fundamental question, what had these people believed? What had driven them to build in such impossible places? What voices they had thought they were hearing might never be fully answered. Some things were lost to time, preserved in ice and stone, but no longer accessible to modern understanding. The wind continued to blow, the stones continued to sing, and Sarah continued to listen, hoping to hear something in those harmonic patterns, some echo of the people who had carved these stones and built that village and left their lives frozen in ice for future generations to puzzle over. Time passed, as it always did. The sun completed its circuit. The shadows shifted. The light changed in subtle ways that marked the progression of hours, even though the sun never set. Eventually, Sarah stood and rejoined her team. They would leave in the morning, returning to the settlement, then flying back to civilization, carrying with them data and photographs and artifacts that would be analyzed and discussed, and argued over. But part of Sarah would remain here, listening to the stones, trying to understand the pattern that connected the surface circle to the cave beneath the glacier to the village that lay frozen between them. It was a pattern that spanned centuries and encompassed beliefs and practices that were foreign to modern thinking, but had been vital enough that people had structured their entire lives around them. That night, in her tent, Sarah wrote in her field journal, "The ice preserves, but it also transforms. What we find beneath the glacier is not the past as it was, but the past as ice has made it, compressed, purified, frozen at a specific moment." The village people understood something about this process. They knew the ice was coming, and they chose to build anyway, to create something that the ice would preserve even as it destroyed. They were not trying to fight the ice, but to work with it, to use its power of preservation for their own purposes. And perhaps, in some way we don't yet understand, they succeeded. The expedition ended. They packed their equipment and traveled back across the tundra, the listening stones disappearing behind them. Sarah returned to her university, to her classes and research and the comfortable routines of academic life. But she continued to think about the glacier and the village and the stones. She continued to analyze data, write papers, plan future expeditions. The work was ongoing, as all archaeological work is a slow process of uncovering, interpreting, and trying to understand. Years would pass. The glacier would continue its retreat, revealing more of the village, perhaps uncovering other structures, other secrets. The stone circle would stand in its valley, unchanged, singing its songs to anyone who came to listen. And the story would continue, not finished but ongoing, not answered but constantly being rewritten as new evidence emerged and new interpretations were proposed. This was the nature of studying the past. It was never complete, never fully understood, always shifting like ice beneath the surface. Sarah sat at her desk one evening, months after returning from the tundra, listening to the rain on her window. It sounded, she thought, a little like the wind moving through the listening stones, a little like the groaning of the glacier, a little like all the sounds that marked time passing in empty places. She opened her laptop and began writing a new proposal for funding, for another expedition, for more time on the glacier and at the stone circle. There was so much more to learn, so many questions still unanswered. But even as she wrote, she understood that some questions would never be fully answered. Some secrets would remain locked in ice and stone, accessible only through fragments and echoes. The village people had known this too, perhaps. They had left their symbols and their structures, knowing that future generations would find them and wonder. They had built a mystery into the ice, a pattern that would persist long after they themselves had gone. And in doing so, they had achieved a kind of immortality, not as individuals, but as a question, a puzzle, a presence that would continue to draw people to the glacier and the stone circle for as long as either existed. The night deepened outside Sarah's window. The rain continued its steady rhythm. And somewhere, thousands of kilometers to the north, the ice groaned and shifted, covering some things, revealing others, continuing its ancient work of preservation and transformation. The wind blew across the tundra, moving through the stone circle, creating harmonics and resonances. The glacier held its secrets. Time passed in its slow, patient way, and the patterns remained, waiting for anyone who would take the time to listen, to look, to try to understand what had been left behind. The story was not finished. Perhaps it would never be finished. But it continued, like the ice, like the wind, like time itself. Ongoing, changing, revealing itself slowly to anyone who had the patience to pay attention and the wisdom to know that some mysteries were meant to remain mysterious. Some voices were meant to be heard, but not fully understood, and some things were meant to be preserved in ice, frozen at the moment of their leaving, waiting for the day when they would emerge again into the light, strange and beautiful and impossible to fully comprehend. And so the work continued, and would continue, season after season, year after year, as long as there were people willing to trek across glaciers, to drill through ice, to sit in stone circles and listen to the wind, trying to hear what the past was saying, trying to understand what had been lost and what had been saved and what it all might mean. The ice held its secrets, the stones sang their songs, and the night, as it always did, settled gently over everything, neither beginning nor ending, simply continuing, as night must, until morning came again and the work resumed and the pattern unfolded a little further, revealing a little more, while still keeping the deepest mysteries intact, preserved beneath layers of ice and time and the patient accumulation of snow that fell, season after season, covering everything in silence.